All right, now we'd like to do one for you. Here's an NCR emergency two-way radio. You call, and we'll come running. You're not alone out here. The NCR has your back. Stay safe and good hunting.
Mail. The honcho of one of them strip
I
families
keep
got
hearing about
killed
some
right in
courier
his own
making a
casino.
fuss over at the strip.
You know, he pissed off the wrong guy. Just mail. You've done a good turn for the...
Whoa there, pal. You better slow down, or you'll get blown up like the rest of the idiots who thought they'd scavenge in Boomer territory. Now that I've got your attention, might you be interested in a little information? It'll cost you, but it's well worth the investment. Whoa, simmer down. I'll tell you, I'm a gambler and a scavenger. I've made some cash from gambling and some cash from reclaiming goods that are no longer being used. Now, do you want my help or not? There is a way, and I'll tell you. Well, I know the secret to get past. If you make it back alive. Okay, here you go. That page has the details, but it's all in the timing as you move from building to building. I'll be here watching, so I'll know if you've made it to the gate or not. Remember, there's 600 caps in it if you make it.
Hold it right there. Don't you move. How the hell did you survive that bombardment? I'm not telling you a thing, Savage. Move a muscle now and I'll blow you to pieces. Then just stay where you are. Raquel will be here any second.
I'll take this from here. I'm Raquel, Master-at-Arms for the Nellis homeland. Mother Pearl, our eldest, wishes to speak to you. Follow close and mind your behavior.
Welcome, child. Took your sweet time getting here, didn't you? I've been waiting a good 5 years for an outsider to come along and visit. Oh, so many ways. Small ones to begin with, so we can get used to what it's like to have a outsider around and about. Should that go well, maybe you can help in big ways, too. We'll have to see. You have to keep in mind that you're our first contact with the outside world since I was barely a woman. Seclusion has kept us safe, but the world around us is changing. Neon lights in the distance, patrolling robots, soldiers. My youngers think our guns can keep out the world, but I think we need to let it in just a little, or become its victim. You're that little bit of the world, child. Welcome to Nellis. You picked a good time to stop by, for we're swimming in problems. My youngers can tell you all about it. Raquel could use help with the bug problem. Doc Argyle has wounded he's tending to. And Loyal and Jack might be looking for help with some repairs. Or you could just go see Pete at the museum and hear the story of our people. All you have to do there is listen. Come and go as you like, help or don't help, I leave it up to you. But I hope you'll show my youngers that not every outsider needs to be blown up.
Wouldn't say no to a stim pack.
Mother Pearl's instructions are clear. You can move freely around Nellis, and artillery spotters have orders not to fire on you. These are extraordinary privileges. Don't abuse them. Long story short, the power failed a few days ago because giant ants have tunneled into the generator room and set up a nest. I led a team down to exterminate them, but there were so many of them. We lost. 2 killed, 3 wounded. Personally, I think it's more than a Savage can handle. But if you want to kill those ants and switch the power back on, feel free. Sure, anyone can. But there's more than a few down there. See for yourself. One other thing. The ants must be eating gunpowder from the munitions down there, or something. They exploded when hit by a flamethrower. One of us was using a laser pistol. Same thing. Bullets seem okay, just don't hit the artillery shells. Loyal's been working on some kind of weapon to use against them. Maybe you should check with him.
Stand back, Rep.
How is your visit with us going, stranger? I haven't heard anything. You must not be trying hard enough.
If you can't keep that thing under control, I will. You should get out of my face before you get yourself hurt.
Sweet. Let's see what you got.
Sorry, I've got work to take care of.
I see the power's back on. Maybe Pearl is right about you, because I don't know how you pulled that off. I'll tell Loyal to send someone down to clear out the eggs and repair the generators. Good work. What is it, outsider? The next time you leave Nellis, keep an eye out for missiles. We're down to a 5-year supply for our launchers. Come find me when you've...
I know Mother Pearl is letting you wander Nellis as you please, outsider, but I have patients to tend to. I have 3 patients here who were gravely injured fighting those giant ants in the generator building a few days ago. I've stabilized their wounds, but they're in bad shape. Do you have medical training? If what you say is true, you can do us a world of good. Thought of that. I thought that man was done for, but you brought him around. Yes, outsider? There are still patients in need of treatment.
Sorry. I hope Pearl knows what she's doing, letting you wander around Nellis as you please. If that's so, how about you look into repairing the solar arrays on the roof of the generator building? Nothing too complicated about it, but it's a long ways to walk my old bones, and there's been that ant problem over near there. You can't miss the array. It's on top of the generator building smack dab in the middle of Nellis, between the two runways. Ha! If we had spare parts, do you think I'd be asking you to fix the damn things? That's rich. No, we ran out of spares a while back, and Jack and I have been doing our best to patch the arrays up as best we can. Sadly, we're at our wits' end. There have to be spare parts somewhere around the wasteland, but I just don't know where to direct you. You may have noticed we don't get out much. No. Well, if you genuinely care so much, they're flight simulators. If you...
You're the outsider. Mother Pearl sent word that you'd be stopping by. You must be eager to hear the story of our people. Wonderful. I'm sure you've noticed the mural on the wall of this hut. Shall I tell you what it all means? Excellent. Imagine you're the first outsider to ever hear our tale. Ages ago, long before I was born, we lived underground. Everyone had guns, but the Overseer wouldn't let us explode anything, not even a hand grenade. We left and wandered the wastes. There were savages with knives. We blew them up with frag mines and grenades, burned them with flamethrowers. It was neat, but there was a downside. For every 43.6 savages we killed, we lost one of our own. We needed a new home. We needed Nellis. Here we have prospered and multiplied. Here our mighty guns destroy any savages who might try to harm us before they can even reach our gates. Well, until... But... Not saying you want to harm us or you're a savage, but anyways. Nellis has revealed many secrets. It has taught us how to fly the bombers once based here, and it has taught us where to find one. And that is our story so far. For this last image is our future. To restore the bomber, to fly the open skies in armored safety, raining high explosive ordnance upon ignorant savages. This is our destiny. I'm pleased that you listened to the entire story. Perhaps there are details you'd like to know more about. Let me know. Now that you know the story... Me? I'm Pete, keeper of the story. I know I seem kind of young. I was the apprentice keeper of the story until a couple months... Whiskey and landmines don't go together. So it's... Gosh, there's a lot of folks. Over at the workshop, Loyal and Jack are owing something. The Loyal may not be too happy to see your kind. Loyal found a file somewhere on the base. It seems that a bomber, apparently the 29th of its kind, crashed in. The photograph shows that it was basically intact, and the map tells us exactly... Yes! In fact, that's exactly what Loyal has planned to do. Anything... So you know about the vaults? Yeah, in our vault, everyone had guns. But the Overseer... I guess all the little pops and bangs at the... Keep that opinion to yourself when visiting Nellis, outsider. It makes you sound ignorant. Anything... Several automatic warheads detonate here 100 years ago, leaving the base highly radioactive. The savages of the Waste, ignoramuses, all avoided Nellis by habit. That's exactly right. You're very knowledgeable for a Sav, an outsider. Anything else you want to know? Nellis is a completely self-sufficient community. We draw water from Lake Mead, solar arrays provide power, and we grow our own crops. Thank you. Our self-sufficiency is a point of pride. You're right, they weren't here when we discovered Nellis. We found the guns at a huge weapon depot called Area 2, many miles from here. It took many weeks to drag the guns and their ammunition back to Nellis, and it was the last time any of us set foot beyond our homeland. Thank you so much. I'll be sure to pass that on. Anything else you want to know? Once we restore power, we learned that some elaborate chairs we've been sleeping in were actually virtual reality simulators. We believe they were used to train combat pilots. We use them extensively. I alone have shot down over 500 Chinese Zion 85 fighters. Before you ask, I'm afraid there's no way you can be allowed to use the simulators. They're for our use only. Sorry. That's beautiful. Yes, it's exactly like that. So free, so... words can't do it justice. I wish everyone were just as interested in our story as you are. Maybe I should act out the battles, or learn how to throw my voice.
This is a restricted area. State your business. Your being here is a start, soldier. We aren't exactly overflowing with troopers here. But if you really want to help us, talk to the idiot with sunglasses in the back of the plant building. He's been trying to get this place running for months and hasn't made any forward progress. There should, but we're not getting much power out of it, so none of our enemies have big interest in it either. Not like Hoover Dam, anyway. We had a real fighting force here just long enough to take it from the Brotherhood of Steel. Then they got sent east to the dam like everybody else. Caesar's Legion sends skirmishers every so often, prodding for weaknesses mostly. The reality is, if they really wanted it, we'd all be dead. Damned if I know. Put up a hell of a fight, though. We had them outnumbered, I don't know, 20 to 1 maybe? They held out as long as they could, lost most of their force before they retreated. Gave us a little parting gift, too. They had some of the plant running, but they shut it all down. Enabled an old security system, too, to keep us away from the controls. Jerk-offs. I ask myself the same question all the time. But energy is hard to... Hell, if we lose the dam to the Legion...
Who the hell are you? They bring you in to replace... Damn right you're not. Goddamn right. Why would they? You can't top this guy. What else? I'm in charge. This whole operation depends on me. No fantastic, no power. Got the whole NCR suckling my teats, and it feels so good. Well, see, we're getting power because the guy running this place is fantastic. But the mirrors outside aren't aimed right, so we're running at 1% efficiency, and I guess that just isn't good enough for some assholes. Trouble is, most of the controls for this place aren't here. They're in the tower. And that place has some crazy pre-war security system that the dumb shit NCR set off when they took over. Killed 2 guys. Now they won't go near it. They want me to make an omelet, but I can't break any of their eggs. Know what I'm saying? There's these 2 terminals outside. They control the mirrors. You'd have to get them to talk to the mainframe up in the tower, then do the rest from up there. Hey, if you find yourself up at the mainframe, do yourself a favor and make sure you send the power to the right place. It needs to go to the Strip and McCarran. Because I get paid, that's why. Per kilowatt hour. Whatever the hell that is. But you know, you do that, maybe I put in a good word for you with them. Fantastic's little... Worried? Do I... Fuck, man. Everything. I push buttons, I turn dials. Like one time I imagined they were a code to get into a vault full of naked women. No, man. I know exactly what I'm doing. Over there controls power. That big knob there makes a crazy noise. Sparks come out of that slot. It was easy, man. They were going door to door asking if anyone knew. They asked me if I knew anything about power plants. They asked me how well I understood theoretical physics. I said Here, you'll want this. It's the password to one of the terminals out.
It's unusual to see a new face. I see. Then you must have some... Interesting. Forgive me for... Very well, yes. I'm part of the Followers of the Apocalypse. If you're not familiar, we seek peace and the spread of knowledge. That's reassuring. Although many who've made that claim. But if it's really as you say, then take my advice. This instant, take care of what you do here and who you listen to. Some things are better. I don't entirely know. Our records on the company that built this place suggest that they're dealing... And I've seen equipment here marked with symbols used by the pre-war military. Targeting computers. A code word comes up repeatedly in the papers I've looked through here. Archimedes. Yes. And the technology they have in this facility is like nothing. A weapon based upon it would... It's no wonder the Brotherhood wouldn't give it up. They weren't here for me to ask, but I doubt they were here for electricity. When the NCR first came here, it was under Brotherhood control. They usually steer clear of one another. The Brotherhood's interest in pre-war technology has always been in weapons. It's like... Then I would say do it. As long as the power of this plant is committed to the regional grid, if you're the one to restore output, then you can route the... I can't get you past the security. I've discovered a password for one... Oh, the NCR has their own designs for it, no doubt. But resist the urge to... The need for power is great everywhere. Distributing it evenly. I'm a man of letters. I'd be torn to pieces by the security system they have in that. But eventually, the NCR will. Or if not, because the possibility exists, you... Not yet. By some miracle, he spent months working at one console trying to get the solar reflectors to track. What he doesn't know is that the only thing the console controls is the plant's intercom system. I tried to tell him, but he insisted that the largest console had to be the most important.
If the Legion breaks through our defenses, that one will be saving me.
afraid of me? You should be, because I'm gonna kick your ass.
Time to make some new... Line the bottles up. Wish they'd show themselves. Don't see a thing.
Do not hear.
Wish they'd show themselves. Glad I left the outpost behind.
What can I help you with? I saw that on the monitors here, and you sent it to everyone. Very admirable. Now that the NCR is more or less what they want, hopefully their curiosity about the plan is satisfied, and they'll dig no deeper. The followers will be grateful. Here, take these as a parting gift. I hope you'll find them useful. Keeping watch mostly. Trying to make sure the dangers of this plan are minimized.
Yo.
Glad you're with us.
If the Legion breaks through our defenses...
What is it?
Really? Hello, outsider. Need something? An impressive piece of work. I'll keep that in mind if jobs come up in the future. Don't get...
So you're the outsider. Lived your whole life out there, huh? Wow. I always thought you savages probably spoke a different language. But I hear you sound like us. Me? I work with Loyal. Mostly electronics work and robotics. Keeping the old technologies alive, right? Loyal's a great man, but he's getting on in years. So a younger's gotta learn everything he knows. The man knows how to fix and build just about everything that was ever made. What I could use is some scrap metal. It may not sound... The other thing, you being from the outside and all, well... That must be nice. Sharing yourself like that? Not be... Oh, you can't miss her. She has short red hair and she's the most beautiful woman who ever lived. You'd really talk to her for me? What if she gets blown up? What if she doesn't like me? Oh, geez. I better just let you handle it. That would be amazing.
You should go talk to Blake or Alice. They handle most of our contact with visitors.
I watch all sorts of things with my binoculars. Who wants to know? And why?
Nice-looking blonde boy? I always wondered if he was watching me back. What's he like? Really? That's so sweet. I'd love to go meet him. Is there any way the Boomers would let me visit Nellis? This is so
You have done well. Well, well, this is welcome news. Who is she? She's with those traders? They've tried to contact us before, but I'm not interested in trading with greedy savages. This presents a bit of a problem. Jack isn't allowed to leave Nellis, and I doubt she would make it through the artillery alive. I suppose Jack deserves a chance at love? You can tell Jack she has a free pass to enter, but he is responsible for her actions. Do not make me...
Have you seen her? She does? You mean it? That's incredible. What happens next? Can she come here? How do we make sure she doesn't get blown up? Should I talk to the guy? Here, take this boomer outfit. I'll let the gunners know.
Hello again. How's your boomer? I was hoping you would. What's going on? Have they agreed to my safety yet? Well, with McLafferty dead, I guess my contract is done and I'm free to leave. I'm off to meet my admirer.
Whatever you say.
Hi. I can't believe I'm going to meet my Like I said.
Telling we have plenty.
Hello. It's great to finally meet you.
Hi there. It's great to meet you as well.
I'm glad you made it out here. You're even more stunning up close than you were at a distance.
And you're even more handsome up close. Do you think it'll be okay if I hang around here for a little while, so we can get to know each other better?
Of course it would. I'll have you set up with some quarters with some of the other women. Thank you for getting Janet to Nellis. I've never been so happy in my entire life.
Good work with those solar...
Hey, you're the one who's been going around helping people around here, right? The king says to keep up the good work, and said to give you this.
Hello again. Oh, you know, finding alternative treatments for common illnesses and injuries, stim packs out of barrel cacti, and other fantastic improbabilities. As far as fruitless wastes of time go, it's quite noble in its aims. For the past 100 years or so, the followers have managed to get by using salvaged medical supplies from the old world. But the side effect of medical success is that more people live longer. Funny how that works. Eventually, we'll run out of hospitals to loot. We need new ways to produce those supplies, or maybe old ways if this research goes anywhere. Not all followers are people persons. Besides, someone needs to do research. I have no problem with Julie sticking me back here. Out of sight, out of mind. There are worse things one can be, though I do admit it is a bit boring. Though it has a noble goal, I don't think this research will yield much fruit. No pun intended. No offense intended. That seems appropriately resolute, and yet... If you plan to help Caesar's Legion, this is going to be a brief relationship. I may not have all the answers for how to fix Freeside's problems, but Caesar taking control isn't part of the solution. Fair? You have quite the menagerie at your disposal.
Not sure who this friend of yours is, but if he's looking down on Vegas, he's either God or the moon. NCR's my country, and I know which side of the firing line I'm on in the... I'm not some blind, flag-saluting dude. You ever had a brother? Some dumbass younger brother, say, who knocked up the pastor's daughter? That's NCR. They try to put their stake in... Nobody's dick's that long. Not even Long Dick Johnson, and he had a fucking long dick. Thus the name. So NCR tries to hold on to everything. They can't, because it's too... They can't guard the roads. They can't put a line of troops around the Mojave. It's just... Aside from the people in the towns, it's the soul... Ever seen NCR troops asked to go after gangs at 3-to-1 odds? That bear flag? And when those gangs were caused by Look, I wouldn't want the Brotherhood, or the Followers, or the Vegas families running the Mojave. All of them are a different kind of fuck-up. NCR just has some shaping up to do. Maybe Caesar kicking... I just wish Caesar would kick the heads of NCR, not the feet. I've fucked a soldier in my time. They don't need to get fucked by their orders. Fine, then.
What's up? A courier, doctor, and a cybernetic dog. After we deal with the whole imminent conquest of New Vegas.
I'm not exactly a mercenary, but taking out scumbags of this magnitude wouldn't cause me to lose any sleep.
The Gunrunners ought to help the Followers by donating some of that firepower they've got.
Medicine's running low again.
Hey.
What's up?
I'm really very boring. You'd get better stories out of a Freeside junkie.
Oh, all right. I'm 30-ish. Well, late 30s. I was born west of here. I was an only child and spent most of my time with my mother. My father died when I was young, and I never got over it. Oh, and I like medicine. Right now, I'm sure you're asking yourself, why hasn't some lucky man scooped this bachelor off his... Some Look, I appreciate that you're trying to be friendly.
Hello.
I'm happy you came along. You're the answer to our dreams.
Hi there. Hi there.
Hi. How are you today? Hi there. So long.
If I haven't said it before, outsider, that was some fine doctoring. I could learn a thing or two from you. Yes, outsider? Those men owe you their lives. Seems we could learn a thing or two from you savages, when it comes to medicine at least. You've done right by it. We recently started making our own stim packs, but we just don't have the materials to make other meds. Sorry about the lack of selection. Give me a shout if you need it.
You have done well. I believe the time has come for you to show your... Find Loyal and ask...
Hello. Thank you for getting me here.
I've never been so happy.
Jack is a great...
Pearl sent word saying it's all right to tell you about the lady in the water. A bomber was a flying contraption that could drop explosives down on anything it flew over. But anyway, moving on. This bomber crashed down in Lake Mead, pretty damn near intact. When we got to Nellis, see, I found this article in a magazine all about it. There was another B-29 around here, part of a museum. Couldn't fly, but had a lot of spare parts, see? Get where I'm going? Since I was a young man, I've dreamed of raising that lady from the lake and bringing her back to life. What do you say? It's at the bottom of Lake Mead. I'll mark its location on your Pip-Boy map. Simple. Attach deployable ballast to the plane and float it on up. Here is a remote detonator. Once the ballast is attached to the plane, just hit the detonator from the shore and let buoyancy handle the rest. Good. Here's the deployable ballast. Go for... Might try holding your breath. If that doesn't...
Great guy.
I've never been so happy. I just need some parts from a pressure cooker to create a hermetic seal for the rebreather. That's a brilliant idea. Here you go.
What's up? It could be better. If we can find a way to work toward the independence of New Vegas, that would be ideal. But really, as long as you don't help out the Legion, anything's better than that.
Jumping Jesus on a pogo stick. You're the first one to make... Sorry about that. That was pretty incredible. I've never seen anyone come out of the Boomer's reign of death alive.
go.
All you need is one ring.
This is a military outpost. Have you ever heard the story of the bomber that crashed into... For about 10 years now. Toughest training I've ever done. And was... Did you know that the first battle at Hoover Dam was won because of the Rangers? Ranger Station Alpha used to be the frontline outpost for NCR.
If you can't keep that thing under control, I will.
It's going to be a That's tremendous. I'll transmit instructions to the robots to start packing up the plane. I just told you, the robots are going to handle it. They'll break the plane down into pieces and move it up from Exactly. We'll be shelling an unoccupied location in outer Vegas to get their attention elsewhere. By the time they realize they aren't under attack, the kids wish we were shelling a real target. But Pearl thinks it's wise not to start up a war. Hey, I'd better get rolling.
I've never been so happy.
Our guys put the monorail back to work.
Hello. What you have done for us is a miracle, child. You have fulfilled the only dreams we ever had outside our walls. You are a trusted friend of us all. If there is ever a way for us to help you... Of course, my child. After all the training in virtual reality, the young ones would...
Thank you for visiting New Vegas.
The Strip's not a bad place if you love terrible things and people. I'll never...
You're wasting no time in making a name for yourself.
Evening. It's good to have a friend of the... I hope you've returned with... Excellent work. In any event, I have another assignment ready and waiting for you. Rest up. It's good to have a friend of the... So I did. As you may have noticed, our position here in New Vegas is tenuous. We've made great strides, sure, but the NCR... We've had reports of violence against NCR citizens in a neighborhood just to the northeast called Freeside. Ever been there? I'm inclined to agree, but it's a slum with NCR citizens in it. Violence is something of a way of life there, but there's been a disturbing rise in the number of... More worrying is the fact that our sources suggest the violence is being perpetrated by the gang that run. I need someone to look into this. Good. Our men have come up... First, our sources have tracked most of the attacks back to a king named Pace. The problem is we can't simply kill him. In the current climate, there is an alternative option, but my sources feel that... Make it look like an accident, or pin the deed on someone else. Look into this guy's... See? That's exactly the type of information we can use. In fact, it goes without saying that actually getting the Van Graffs to do the deed would be the... However, if Pacer were killed with either a laser or a still, unless you want several dozen armed men at your throat, I'll leave the method up to you. In that case, we could take a different tact. The one that If we can't go after the man responsible, we'll simply appeal. The Kings, including our friend Pacer, report. Go and talk to the King. Try to convince him to put an end to this. The King might not be open to the idea of...
Personal space meaning anything to you, guy?
What's up?
Why, Rexy, you look all better, boy. You're a man of your word. If you want, hold on to Rex for the... Whoa, that's a doozy. Truth be told, I don't even know if I can pull something like that off. Damn straight they will. It's some of the other locals that I'm worried about. On second thought, if I can whip this band of hooligans into a beat... Okay, you've got a deal. No more violence.
Why are you talking to me? Smoke these guys already.
Hey.
Welcome aboard.
Hello. Yeah. That's great to hear. He's got a lot of sway in Freeside, so we can expect a dramatic drop in violence soon. Now, you're probably wondering about your reward. This has been something of a hot-button topic, so I was able to secure this for you. I've received a message from Colonel Moore up at Hoover Dam. She's been following your exploits and has requested that you meet with her. You're not officially in the employ of the NCR, so there's nothing forcing you to go. But I'd go see her sooner rather than later. The Colonel is not someone you want to keep waiting. I got this assignment, I was hoping there'd be more humor.
Well, I'll be Hoover Dam. One of the last remaining functions.
It's been a long tour. All I can think about now is going back home.
You know, if you were serving, you'd probably be halfway to general by now.
Hey.
Good, you made it. I've been receiving reports about the savior of the NCR for a while now, and wanted to meet you myself. You've proven yourself especially capable, and right now I can use all the capable people I can get. Crocker gets handed the fluff missions that no one else wants to do. When people need something really important done, they come to me. Usually I dispatch one or more rangers to see these things through, but I'm a little short-handed at the moment. Think you're up for a real mission? Since the majority of my men are on assignment dealing with the Legion, I need someone to handle other matters that have arisen. Make no mistake, there's a battle coming, and I intend to make sure there are no loose ends when the time comes. One such loose end is a gang known as the Great Khans. Have you heard of them? Good. That anger is something I can use, and I think you may get a chance to settle your score sooner than you might have planned. The NCR has a rather sordid history with them, and I'm concerned that we'll find them aiding our enemies when the Legion attack comes. That is, unless we get to them first. I want you to visit them in their canyons to the far west and make sure they're in no shape to join the Legion. They're just another gang of raiders as far as I'm concerned. Then you'll need to make sure none of them... I can't lend you any troops, but I've already sent word to Quartermaster Barden that you're to... You'll have to pay for what you take, however. We can't afford to give away... Don't fool yourself. I've dealt with enough... Yes. Did you have an update? I command the garrison here at the dam, yes, but Colonel Shu over at McCarran is technically in charge of the area's forces.
I haven't got
You
any
have
more
to hand it to
bounties
the
for you.
NCR.
It's been quiet.
You're back. Yeah, so far this has gone exactly as expected. We captured an honest-to-God centurion of Caesar's Legion recently. Better believe it. Everybody in Caesar's Legion from Caesar on down will kill themselves before they can be captured. They're so twitchy they'd probably do it if you reached out to hug them. But here's this guy, who's an elite commander in their army, and he just gives himself up, even as his men are slitting their own throats around him. Well, I don't know about you, but to me that sounds like a man who's willing to cooperate. Only times he speaks up are to insult you. He's a real prick, by the way. And I... don't have anything like that. Sounds nice. Like the kind of thing I'd want to take home and use on my husband. But even if we did, I don't know that I'd be comfortable using it. If there's any risk of overdose... I like the way you think. Have I said that yet? Problem is that the NCR frowns on using that sort of tactic. There's some... But here's my favorite thing about you. You're not in the NCR. Plus, for all this guy knows, you're completely insane. I think if you rough him up enough and really put some fear... So let's do this. When you're ready, I'll go in and give you a little intro. We go back and forth a couple times until either he talks or he can't move his jaw. That's the spirit. Long time no see, Silus.
Lieutenant. I was just thinking about you.
That's so.
I was just thinking about that pretty neck of yours.
How sweet.
I was thinking about how it would look with a Legion slave collar on it.
I'll pass.
Do you know what I love about our slave collars, Lieutenant?
If you love them, maybe you should try one on.
I love how tightly they fit. I train my men to make sure the slave's flesh bulges a bit around the top and bottom. Know why?
It's all the rage in fashion circles?
Not quite. If you fit it just right, their body never gets used to the feeling of wearing it. It cuts in just enough when they swallow or turn their head to remind them who they belong to. And it's that constant reminder that keeps them docile.
In that case, maybe you'd better save the collar you were gonna give me.
Oh? For whom?
For a friend of mine you're about to meet. My friend isn't very docile.
And who is this friend of yours?
You know all the rules the NCR instituted to protect enemy prisoners of war?
Of course.
My friend doesn't. Oh, and Silus, if you resist at all, I'll personally blow your brains out. Come on in. He's all yours. I'll be back in a bit to see how you're getting along. And I'll need you to surrender your weapons before you go in. You can pick them up from the locker on your way out. Let's finish this up, then we can talk.
What an ugly little worm you are. What pile of excrement did the lieutenant pluck you from, worm? You must have some reason to be in your line of work. Tell me, what did the Legion do to you? Did we enslave your children? Slaughter your family before your eyes to teach you a lesson? Whatever it was, I hope I was there to give the order. Foot soldiers of the Legion are trained not to have to think for themselves, to have conflict removed from their minds. They kill themselves to evade capture because they are not trusted to make such a decision rationally in the heat of battle. But I'm no foot soldier. I knew I could escape captivity on my own without revealing the tiniest iota of information to my captors. I'll show you, Gutless, you sniveling bastard. What an ugly little worm. Let's see. I know that you're a brainless cretin. And I know that by this time next month, the streets of New Vegas will be decorated. Is there anything else? You must have some reason to be in your line of work. Tell me, what did the... What... Foot... Get away from me. I've got you now.
Whoa, easy there. You're supposed to rough him up a little, not kill him. Why don't you step outside a minute? Let off some steam. Nice job.
What's going on?
Enough!
All right, you can stop for a sec. I think my friend doesn't like
Over
you,
here!
Bruce. I don't know how much longer I can keep him under control.
You think this will make me talk? A beating? This is the best you can do?
Not just any beating, Silus. A savage beating. A beating that you'll be reminded of every time you feel pain from now on. When my friend's done with you, you won't have any of your teeth left. You'll be drinking your food through a straw. Your ribs will never heal properly, and it will hurt every time you breathe. It'll be like your collars, Silus. Impossible to forget.
Go to hell.
Huh. Not the sort of wit I've come to expect from you, Silus.
You're getting nothing from me.
I'm getting entertainment. That's something. So what's it gonna be?
What's going on?
Are you gonna spill your guts to me? Or am I gonna let my friend the maniac back in here for some playtime? Silus. Silent treatment, huh? Have it your way. Come on back in. I'm thinking...
Had enough!
Oh, and let me check with the weapon one more time. For your safety as well as his.
Enough, this is pointless. I'm dead to the Legion either way, I'll tell you what I know. But you should know that Caesar has always kept his own counsel. He never reveals anything that would make him vulnerable. My knowledge will not prevent the inevitable. This camp will be ash within months. Maybe weeks. Something is wrong with Caesar. Something he is attempting to hide from his men. But it was obvious before we set out on this last mission. For 3 days, we awaited his order to dispatch us. 3 days. But he hid in his tent, refusing to give orders, complaining of headaches. He looks different now than he used to. His face is sunken, sickly. But any questioning of his health enrages him. There is one other thing that may interest you. I know that Caesar has planted a spy here. Every night, details of NCR troop movement. The spy has been here a long time. If I knew who he was, I would tell you. If I escape and he's alive to report it, the Legion... But like I said, none of this information will change the out...
That was fun to watch. This'll do the... Here's the standard fee. Plus, I threw in the price of a good show on the Strip. That's from me, personally. You can beat up my prisoners anytime.
Evening.
You got something to say, or do you...
You know, if you were serving, you...
We're all impressed with the work you've done for us. It's a key to a little hideaway south of here. We've used it as a place for...
Probably be halfway to General by now.
Just as a warning, my covert bandaging skills are a little rusty.
Halt! What business have you... You wear the mark of Caesar. You may continue, but be warned. Mark...
What's up?
Awe, are you ready? You'll be meeting face to face with the mighty Caesar. To my knowledge, this is the first time Caesar has ever summoned one of the dissolute. All who are not Legion are dissolute. They live in squalor, unrestrained by morality. Their very existence is a blight on the common good. Even worse are the profligates, the subtype. They hold themselves to be civilized, when in fact they are corrupt. You'd know better than I would, but you must be remarkable. The trip will take a... By order of Caesar, all visitors must disarm and relinquish all banned items. Caesar strictly forbids the use of chems and alcohol. By his order, if you come in peace, then there is no... Your belong... Awe, true to Caesar. There have been sightings of Rangers.
Wait a second. What's going on? Am I playing... I'd like to assume that we're tiptoeing into the mouth of hell out... Short of canceling our imminent travel plan, just be careful. If we travel at Caesar...
There's in black armor.
Excuse me.
Slaves aren't much of a challenge in the arena.
Hi, how are you today?
Kind of bored, actually.
I'm harsh on the children, but they'll be
The
must enter Kaisar's tent alone. You must enter Kaisar's tent alone.
Okay.
You're the courier who caused so much trouble for my legion, and yet you dare come before me. All the bribes I sent to the Omertas ended up buying me nothing. The kings of Freeside are cooperating with the NCR now, which frees up soldiers to defend the dam. So tell me this, because I really want to know. I am feared with good reason, but you, of all people, dare to come here and stand before me, the mighty Kaisar. What were you thinking? And you fell for that? Really? Relax. I'm fucking with you. You do know why I wanted to meet you, right? A man nearly kills you, so you track him across the breadth of the Mojave? You assassinate the head of the chairman in his own casino and get away with it? When you set your mind to something, you get results. I like that. The question is, I have eyes and ears everywhere. It behooves me not to invade the West blind and deaf. It hasn't been hard to track your progress. It's not as though you've been keeping a low profile. The time is fast approaching when my legion will assault the Great Dam and invade the West. Before that happens, I want Mr. House knocked out of the game. A quick... Oh, I'll give you the platinum chip. And then... Down the hill, at the west edge of camp, is an old building. It was here when the fort was taken in 2277. Inside the building is a hatch. And inside that hatch are 2 steel doors that bear the sigil of the Lucky 38 Casino. Now that same sigil is on the platinum chip you were carrying. Isn't that interesting? Even more interesting, there's a slot about the... I think the platinum chip opens those doors. Doors that can't be pried open. I don't know, and I don't like not knowing. I know Mr. House built it. I'm thinking it's... Yes, but then I'd have to kill them. You don't get it, do you? The weapons I wield are forged from blood, flesh, sinew, bone. Mortal stuff. Fragile, even. And yet my legion obeys me even unto death. Why? Because they... House's machines, his technologies. That's not an idea to be put in circulation. If mankind's going to survive this moment... I'm not asking you to do this, I'm telling you. Now take the platinum chip, go down to that bunker or whatever it is, and destroy whatever...
What a load of Brahmin shit! Can you believe that guy? Well, yeah. Right. What did I expect? The man's a megalomaniac. He acts like this is some preordained cycle we're returning to. Of all the people who could learn from our past mistakes, he goes and throws all of our knowledge off a cliff. Instead of trying to learn from the past, he recreates it, runs back over the same old barren ground.
Some of the slaves have been...
Lead the way.
Spreading stories about the burned man again.
looking forward to getting sent across the river. So you're the visitor I've heard some of the legionaries talking about. If you're in the mood to trade, just say the word. I haven't had the pleasure. I have crossed paths with Legate Lennius, his second. He's the best the Legion has to offer, or so the legionaries say. Brute of a man. He killed one of my pack Brahmins simply because it was in his way. I knew better than to
Legatus Lennius is on the march.
Caesar has permitted you to leave, but not with the platinum chip in your possession. Relinquish it and you may go. What? Some of the slaves have been spreading stories about the burned man. The new slave girls are quite beautiful.
You're slowing down. Pick it up.
Our way. True to Caesar. Hold your tongue, wastrel.
None may enter.
Caesar has permitted your weapons to be returned to you while you serve him. Caesar has put a...
I do wish you'd come and met with me at the Lucky 38 when you first arrived on the Strip. Or after you killed Benny, even. Quite an honor you spurned, my invite. You would be the first person to set foot inside the Lucky 38 in over 200 years. But you still up here, right where I wanted you. I knew I could rely on Caesar to return the platinum chip to you. That you were searched very thoroughly when you arrived at the fort is a certainty. And as the chip is a little too large to be secreted away, I also regard it a certainty that the chip was discovered, taken from you, and given to Caesar, who returned it to you. 2 + 2 equaling 4, Caesar wants you to destroy whatever you find in this bunker. But that's not going to happen, because you're going to work for me. I need you to manually upload the data from the chip to the facility's primary computer. There's a terminal at the other end of this facility. There's a complication. While I can broadcast to this screen, I can't control any of the facility's systems. That means I can't deactivate its security bots, most of which appear to be active according to the status board I'm looking at. My army will do what an army does best: defend territory from invaders and maintain order. I like to think you have enough sense to do the right thing. The rewards for doing so are immense, as are the... Stop wasting time. Go upload the data on the Platinum chip.
Move along, please. Move along, please.
Your work here is done. You have a very bright future.
You've carried out Caesar's will.
You must enter Caesar's tent Whoa. Anyone else must Okay. Remain outside.
The new slave girls are quite beautiful.
I felt the ground shake a while ago. Let's press on, shall we? As you have an interest in his death, too. If he knows that you know where to find. It's called an auto-doc. As the name says, he can treat broken bones, cuts, punctures, scrape. Makes for a powerful gift in a culture. Mark my words, you piece of shit. If you meant what you said, you best be on your way, and at good speed. And forget all that I could have given. If you ever disobey me again,
Slaves aren't much of a challenge. Slaves aren't much of a challenge in the arena.
Awe, are you...
Huh?
Seems like everybody with a stake in the Mojave is gearing up for something big.
Come to gawk at the Great Khans, have you?
Come to gawk at the Great Khans.
Why'd you come here?
Have you? Fuck off. Not now, I'm busy.
True to Kaiser. Caesar's veterans will arrive from Arizona soon, and there will be no stopping our victory. My name is Carl. Glorious Caesar has sent me as an emissary to the Great Khans as a token of our alliance. In exchange for Great Caesar's promise of all the lands west of New Vegas, the Khans have agreed to fight alongside the Legion when the time comes. I am one of the Frumentari. It is my duty to scout the waste in Caesar's name and make contact with any tribes that might serve a useful purpose. You might say I'm somewhere between a scout and an ambassador. I'm assigned here as part of the alliance between the Legion and the Great Khans. Though they have been cruelly oppressed by the NCR, the Khans remain great warriors. The Legion is honored to have such allies in battle. True to Kaiser. Greetings in the name of Kaiser.
Just as a warning, my covert bandaging is a little rusty.
one's
the
dirty,
hell?
coward. What do you think you're doing? Haven't seen a follower around here in years.
I haven't seen you before. That's a complicated question. They've done horrible things to our people, but I can't bring myself to hate them the way Papa does. Things would damn sure be better for us if they were in charge than Caesar. I suppose if asked, I would. But that's a moot point, because Papa's in charge now, and he's not going anywhere. Papa is one of the best leaders the Khans have ever had. He's kept us together through all of our hardships, ever since we left California. Bitter Springs changed him, though. He started to really hate the NCR after the massacre, and sometimes I worry that's poisoned his mind. Nothing. Forget about it. Name's Regis. I'm Papa Khan's advisor and right-hand man. I'm also the Pop. I really don't like to talk about it. Let's just say it was a
Yeah?
What's up? It could be better. But really?
Yes. Did you have an update on the cons? An alliance? That's an interesting proposition. Any plan where I can throw packs of raiders at the enemy instead of my own soldiers is a good one. We don't have time for diplomacy. This battle is coming any time now. If the lead... I want you to go back to Red Rock Canyon and assassinate this Papa Khan. You'll have to be stealthy. If they see you do it, they'll kill you. Here, take this lockpicking gear. Your best bet is to wait until late at night, find a back door, or catch him by surprise when he's alone. Good luck, soldier. Dismissed.
We won't go quietly. The Legion can count on that.
Thank you for visiting New Things.
Some crazy days on this.
I would have thought the monorail bombing would slow the NCR down more.
So the cub enters the Wolf's Den. Have you now? Well... Don't you dare mention the NCR under the... I won't hear any more talk against Caesar or his alliance. You want to hear the story of the Great Khans? In a hurry, are you? Very well, then. The Great Khans came east, out of the... But we underestimated the families of the Strip, and they drove us back to bit. They allied with Mr. House, the self-proclaimed master of New Vegas. They were better equipped. When the NCR came to the Mojave, we thought they would be easy pickings. We raided their caravans, their towns, their camp. At least that's what we thought. When our children, our sick and old, fled through a nearby pass. Oh, they claimed it was a miscommunication, but tell that to those who saw. You march all the way out to Red Rock Canyon, enter my home as Well then, let me educate you. I am...
Why'd you come here?
Damn!
Bad guys!
A robot dog. Never seen one of those before. Something else you wanted? Without Papa Khan's guidance, I don't know what else to do. All right. You can tell the NCR the Great Khans will...
I sure hope I get to meet President Kimball.
Hey. Yes. Did you have enough? Excellent. You've done very well indeed. These will make useful machete fodder. And if it should turn out we need their land later, well, it's not like we don't have the force to drive them out again. In the meantime, however, I have something else I want you to look into. We've had some disturbing reports recently concerning the Omertas, one of the 3 families that run the Strip. Our intelligence has discovered that high-ranking members of the Omertas have been having clandestine meetings. We haven't been able to determine whom they've been meeting with. I need you to uncover what they're up to. Excellent. You'd think living in the lap of luxury and power would be enough for some people, but no. But we have other problems. While investigating the Omertas, what little I could on my end, I came across something much more sinister. Evidence suggests that Mr. House is planning to make some kind of move when the battle breaks out, and I'm guessing he won't be coming to our rescue. While we don't know what his exact plans are, my orders are to take no risks. I'm sending you to take Mr. House out of the equation. Any questions? To name a few things off the top of my head, expand his borders, get the NCR and Legion to wipe each other out, and seize Hoover Dam. We've had reported sightings of Mr. House's Securitron spying on... Also, given a recent analysis of the sightings, we now estimate that Mr. House has at least 4 times as many Securitrons as pre... He wouldn't show his hand like that if he weren't prepared to move. Which is why... Perhaps, but that's not my problem. Vegas is a nice place for the men to go on vacation, but it'd be an Good. Just...
Signed a treaty with the Great Khan.
Report any suspicious activity near the hub.
What do you need? What do you need?
Well, howdy, partner. Good. I see you brought some friends. Boss is pretty clear on.
Okay.
Well, howdy, partner.
Mr. House is just pleased as punch you got those old Securitrons back online, sugar. I'm Jane, one of Mr. House's girls. We keep him entertained. We don't get many guests lately. Perhaps we can entertain you as well. Oh, there's lots of things to tell, I'm sure. There's the 3 families, the casinos, the other attractions. What would you like to know? Well, let's see. The NCR has an embassy. Oh, and the Vault 21 Hotel and Gift Shop. And I suppose if you like neons, they're just new money, sugar. They might pretend they're sophisticated. Emeritus especially are just awful brutes. The chairman and the White Glove Society at least well, of course, they're... And the Lucky 38 of... Why, sugar? He's the maximum utmost. If it weren't for Mr. House... Well, of course I am silly. Mr. House is just the smartest, most... Why, Did you know? Well, he single-handedly. Sugar, I may be a robot on the outside, but on the inside, my neurocomputer. Mr. House has a lot of. Then maybe you shouldn't pry into it.
The recent disturbance at the Tops has been resolved. Do not be afraid to patronize the Tops.
So, we meet in person, finally, so to speak. I take... I'll be happy to satisfy your every curiosity. Fine. Give me the chip. Dylan, I invite you to think carefully about what you do next. By the time I was 30 years old, do you really think I spent 2 centuries searching? You needn't.
years of preparation. So much good undone. Those snakes. For their No! Don't disable! I have nothing to say. I have nothing. I have nothing to say to you.
Engaging target.
Excuse me, but are you the courier who caused all of that trouble in the Tops? Oh, great. The followers of the apocalypse, well, some of us anyway, have been interested in Mr. Of course, no one else is allowed inside the Lucky. Right. We just want to find out what sort of it could be of great benefit. Really? Here, take this packet sniffer. It'll allow us to intercept data. You might have to manually remove the encryption from his data network. Hey, if you've been able to bug Mr. It looks like we've started getting reports from the tower's network. I'm sure the others will be able to make some sense of this. Oh, what? I swear to God that old man has thought of everything. Well...
Hello.
Report. Is Mr. But he's still alive? I'll have to remember to send someone to follow up on that. You might be happy to know that the brass have been throwing around the idea of having the president visit the dam for a while now, to rally the troops and boost morale and such. With our recent achievements, they finally feel secure enough to stage the damn thing. But while it's being planned, I have one last mission for you. Several years ago, we managed to wrest the Helios 1 solar power station from the Brotherhood of Steel chapter local to this area. It was a crushing victory, but no one's heard a peep from the Brotherhood since. Most people assume the Brotherhood is scattered and not a threat. Recently, we've had scouts go missing in an area west of Helios, and I'm concerned that the Brotherhood is involved. I want you to find them, and once you... No. Just because you secured the aid of the Khans, assuming they don't try to kill us, don't think the Brotherhood will be so easily swayed. These are people that both hate us and outgun us. There can be no... A fair question, and one I've had our strategists think about for some time. Their consensus is that we must focus on the one thing we can count on. With the Brotherhood, that's their obsessive attachment to technology. They'd never go anywhere that didn't have working power. I'm willing to bet that wherever they're hiding, detonate that reactor, and we can safely cross the Brotherhood off our list. After the battle, we it was a mistake.
I need to talk to you about something. Any day now? Caesar's going to try to march across. We're getting caught up in something important out here. Hell, after how you handled Benny, you're practically... I know I'm just along for the ride. I wasn't always with the followers. Or with... My late father was an officer in a group called the Enclave. A remnant of America's pre-war. Memories being short around here, not a whole lot of people remember them. But eventually someone stopped them. I was born a few years later at a military base on the coast, a place called Navarro. A lot of different places. I only know what I was told. Some of them were... My mother never told me what happened to my father, but she and I went south with some others and integrated. When the NCR learned that Enclave personnel had integrated, we kept moving to the front. After the Enclave's command structure fell apart, it was only a matter of time. My mother and I left with some of the troopers from my father's old unit, the same people I've kept in contact with over the years. Anyone who didn't get out was killed by the NCR. Even some of the ones who escaped were... The Enclave did a lot of bad things, but there were... Not many of them are alive anymore, but I think they can make it... That's a hard question to answer. I know I don't want the lead, so militarily, yes, I want them to help NCR. If possible, I'd like to figure out a way to help the NCR. Great. I'd like you to talk to the old-timers, the remnants. I don't think I could convince them by my... But you're a big part of what's happening out here. I've kept in contact with them over the years, so I know where you can find them. But I doubt they'll open up to you unless I come along. I know I'm not always the most serious guy around, but this means a lot to me.
Smart move. For the Kings to back down. They didn't know they...
Fine weather for flying. It's times like these that make me miss it all. Told you everything about us, did he? Well, it's been a while since I've had my hands on the controls of a vertibird. There's a chance I could crash us in the middle of Lake Mead. That place seems to attract aircraft for some reason. But if I get one more chance to fly, count me in. I'll be there. My part of the passphrase is dear. I was never happier than when I was in the cockpit. I was able to go just about anywhere and everywhere, limited only by the fuel I could carry. There were more than a few missions where I took the scenic route home just so I could stay in the air. Caught hell for it every time, but worth it. Some of the things we did were questionable, I know. That's just how it was back then. Figure I've done enough good to make up for any sins, anyhow. Vertibird pilot. 71 missions and only lost one chopper. Rotor malfunction over Klamath. Hard landing, but I walked away. I help folks strip down the more complicated bits of salvage they bring in. Engines, mostly. The bits and pieces we take out are usually worth more than the whole thing put together.
Since my mother died, Daisy's been the only woman in my life. She was the only other woman close to my father, too. She flew him out on over a dozen missions, including his last. I've always been close to Daisy. There have been some good men along the way, but lovers make poor confidants. Daisy never had children of her own, so she was always there to listen. Being in the Enclave didn't mean much to her. She just loved to fly. It broke her heart to be grounded. As screwed up as it sounds, at least she was a part of something. Granted, it was something admittedly pretty bad, but it was something. If you spent the first half of your life flying Enclave troopers in a vertibird, I suppose picking over pre-war rocket parts doesn't quite compare.
Hello. Oh, hey there.
Found the missing patrols? Yes, I've always known they were. Luckily, they don't know exactly, and assuming they managed to breach the bunker. Better we all die than allow the technology we have here to fall into such unworthy hands. It's a protective measure that was enacted after our defeat at Helios. The NCR was hot on our heels, and we wouldn't have... It was decided that we would stay quiet for a time, heal the wounded. However, after we had fully recuperated, our first scouting measures showed there are now more than 5 times the number of NCR troops in the area as when we... And so the lockdown has been... We have some personnel that are allowed to travel on the surface. They trade... We make sure that they only enter or leave the bunker while the sands... That is this base's defensive system. It serves as camouflage. We use it to hide our patrol. Found the missing patrols? It's a...
If I do a good job, I might be up for promotion to Paladin.
How may I serve you, master?
I've read about Repcon. I think they did some work with the the government before the war. Rockets and some energy weapon prototypes, I think. Rifles. They were intended to replace the P9. There was some corporate espionage going on between Poseidon Energy's Project Semele and whatever. Stop thinking.
Unauthorized facial pattern. Please do not make your... Unauthorized facial... Third floor access is for invalid response.
Being watched, so don't get any ideas.
Found the missing patrols, or... They were all dead then. I suppose I'm not surprised. We have few friends in the world above, and many, but we must turn our minds to other matters. When I sent out those when the patrols failed to return, we assumed the worst. I want you to contact those scouts and gather their reports. When you find them, tell them you're my representative, and return when What do you want? You speak truly, for it is unlikely that an outsider would know. Very well. I've been observing the penal facility there in the distance for some time. The facility was run by the NCR for a time, but the prisoners... What puzzles me is why these men have been allowed to run wild for... Give this to the Elder. My observation...
Don't take another step if you value... Strange that the Elder should send it. My observations have mostly focused on the small town to the south of here. That such an act could occur so that they have not responded to this violence. I've collected such... I'll mind my business. You mind yours.
Hold up there. This area is locked. Oh, heck. I've heard of you. But maybe you're a little too reputable to get involved in... Well, I'll be damned. If you had a few dozen doses of Psycho on you, maybe we could pep those weepy troopers into charging down into Nelson. But since that's not likely, you could... I'm a ranger. They're troopers. Besides, that's a... Howdy. What's the word?
Approach slowly, stranger. Then I am sworn to report. One belongs to the NCR, the other to a band of slavers known as Caesar's Legion. Instead, the two sides have reached a stalemate, and only occasionally send skirmishers against one another. If I didn't know better, I'd say neither side is confident enough to push for a full victory. In any event, I've recorded my findings in this report. Please deliver it to the Elder. I'm sure he will find the...
Have you had any luck finding the scouts? Or did you have something to discuss? Good. Let's take a look. If I'm reading this right, it appears that the NCR's grip on this region is nowhere near as firm as I thought. I'll have to review these in detail, but these reports have given me much to think about. Thank you, Outsider. You've become someone I can count on, so I believe I can share something rather... I would like you to find the components we need to fix this bunker's air filtration system. I cannot... See Senior Knight Lorenzo for the details.
Looks like Mr. House is... As much as I'm sick of Taggart's VR...
Our former elder, Elijah, was obsessed with new technology.
I heard some special squad of Rangers on his way to Vegas. I guess the NCR's running like this.
You're being watched. Oh, you must be the Outsider everyone's buzzing about. You. I'm Lorenzo, Senior Knight and General Handyman around here. So now I'm going to have your death on my conscience too? Great. You think you're the first person the Elders trusted with this? He sent 3 of our patrols out looking for those components, and they're all dead. I was the one who supplied the Elder with the location of possible sites where we could find them. And now it's your turn. Well, don't say you weren't warned. The items I'll need to keep the system running are a differential pressure controller, a reverse pulse cleaner, and several HEPA cartridge filters. At present, my best guess for finding the items would be to search any of the old vaults in the area. Those vaults were usually built much like these military bunkers, even using the same contractors in their constructions at times. I'll mark the vault's locations on your map.
Hey.
What the fuck are you doing here? You got... If you're fucking carrying, just... Motor runners down in the maintenance wing. Straight through the door. We have a con coming through to see the boss. Don't shoot at him.
Primm is gonna be much tougher to push around with that new sheriff down there.
I wasn't expecting a resupply so soon. I guess it isn't a secret. Yeah, the residents of the vault are all dead. We killed them. Funny thing is, they just let us in. We didn't have to force the doors or anything. We needed someplace to put down roots. I was having trouble keeping my people out of Westside. I try to keep my people out of Westside. Apart from trying to stay on good terms with the cons to do business there. That fucking mutant is more trouble to kill than to avoid. You? Sounds... I wasn't expecting a reason. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna pay.
Oh, it's on now.
Sure, just don't treat me like a pack Brahmin, okay?
You thought you...
Here we go.
What a shame.
Looks like trouble. Here we go.
There have been reports in this area, more and more troops into the area.
Good to see you. Really? I mean, that's great. I knew you could do it all along. Why don't you go tell the Elder the good news?
Scenes of destruction from
Back again, I see. Good news for a change. Your efforts have humbled me, outsider. You have done more than I could expect, even from my brothers. Moreover, I've been going over the scouts' reports, and keep coming up with the same conclusion. The NCR is not the threat I've believed it to be. We should not have had to rely on your help in this crisis. I believed my actions were guided by caution and prudence, but I now see the truth. People called me a hero after what happened at Helios. But I left that battle scarred by fear, and have allowed that weakness to govern my actions. That ends now. I will undo the wrong I have done my brethren and lift the lockdown. With luck, we will once again flourish. Please, take this. It is a small token of my thanks, and scarcely begins to repay the debt owed you, but is all I am allowed to give an outsider. This key will allow you to use our safe house to the northeast. I hope it will prove useful in your travels. Welcome, outsider, welcome. With the surface open to us once again, Harden's already What? I suppose it was only... We've given up our claim to Helios, and we don't have any interest in claiming... Perhaps it's time for a new strategy. Further, tell her that we are willing to send troops to aid in their coming to... Hello?
bother someone else. I don't want anything to do with you.
Is there something else I can do for you? I'm intrigued, so I'll go to this reunion. I'll be handing things over to Calamity, so talk to her if anything comes up. Oh, you'll need my word from the passphrase to get into the bunker. Friends. Don't forget it.
Doc Henry always was a hard one to figure out. It didn't seem to matter whether he was working with humans or dogs. He had an equal lack of affection for both. A regular Diogenes. I'm not sure what the man was after. Knowledge is power, but to what end for Henry, I have no idea. The problem was what mattered to him, not its practical impact. He simply solved riddles because they existed. Not everyone dreams of being a revolutionary, I suppose. Maybe we can't all change the world. Maybe it's enough just to do good for the short time that we're here. No one's going to sing Doc Henry's praises when he's gone, but he's probably saved more lives than I ever will.
That tower on the strip, the one you can see for miles? I hear it ain't sealed up no more. West side, huh? I passed through here with another follower a while back, Anderson. The locals were having a lot of trouble getting water through.
You don't strike me as someone down on their luck. What brings you to West Side? Hello, Arcade. Why the need? Swooping in on a vertibird, guns blazing? Haven't done that in years, but all right, I'm in. None of this means a thing if the rest of the group doesn't show up, though. Oh, and you'll need my part of the passphrase to get into the bunker. Navarro. I miss those days sometimes. We all had a purpose, you know? I admit that some of the folks in charge were pretty ruthless. The rest of us, though, we were just trying to civilize things. The NCR was still new, and it didn't look like they'd last all that long. Then we lost the oil rig, and shortly after that, the base at Navarro. Nobody left except us remnants.
Judah Krieger is the glue that's kept us all together over the years, and with good reason. Anyone who can command Moreno and Johnson in the same unit without somebody getting fragged is one hell of a leader. Krieger was polite and kind, but never warm. He always did his best to make me feel welcome in the group. I think he did it out of a sense of loyalty to my father. Loyalty means a lot to Judah. Not loyalty to the Enclave, or even the ideals they fought for, but to the people who served with him. Sometimes I wonder how much of my father they see in me. They went through a lot together, but my family went through it too. I'm glad they've watched out for me all these years. Maybe someday I can return the favor.
Looks like I forgot to lock the doors again. If you're with the NCR, get out. This place is mine, and I'm not leaving. Been a while, Arcade. So, what's the point of all this? Can't find any younger mercenaries? Is that right? The million-dollar question is, who exactly are we settling? You haven't decided. I wouldn't mind cutting down a few platoons. Oh, I'll come. Arcade, my... Oh, like you wouldn't believe. The NC... Next thing I know, I'm squatting in...
Moreno took the fall of the Enclave hard. He never questioned his orders, never questioned the legitimacy of what the Enclave was doing. To him, it was all one unbroken chain, from Washington to Richardson. When we left Navarro, I remember looking up at Moreno. He said, "Kiss America goodbye, boys." When we left the Enclave behind, the love in him burned itself out. Now, I suppose you're right. When you're part of something for that long, maybe it's impossible to let go without losing part of yourself. Moreno may be a stubborn son of a bitch, but at least he's loyal.
Well, it's about damn time. I've been in the Reaper's shadow for a long time now. Thought I recognized the fellow with you. So what's this reunion all about then? Well, now there's an interesting idea. Oh, and in case Arcade forgot to mention it, there's a 5-word passphrase needed to get into the bunker.
If I had to pick anyone who didn't belong in the Enclave, it would definitely be Johnson. He hated what the Enclave was doing. Day to day, week to week, he would question orders, subvert mission objectives, do anything he could to serve without serving. It's amazing. I grew up without him. I'll always feel like something is missing from my life, but you're right. It's not like I'm the only kid in the wasteland who's grown up without a dad. Johnson always said my father was a good man. If that's the only thing about me that's like him, that's enough for me.
that tower on the strip. Glad to see you made it here all. Then that's the plan. We're gonna have a problem with Moreno, though. You've got only one chance at this. I know Moreno. The one you can see for miles. I hear it ain't sealed up no more.
I didn't come all the way out here just so we could save the fucking NCR. I'm out. I can't believe you've actually talked me into this. Fine, I'm in. But don't expect me to hold my fire if any NCR troops get in the way.
Thanks for doing this. Getting them all back together again. I'll be honest, when Moreno started going off, I didn't think we'd all be walking out of there in one piece. I still don't know how this is all gonna shake out in the end, but at least the Enclave can atone a bit for all the damage it's done. I've been wondering about Daisy and the others for so long, I still haven't figured... I mean, I'm not like them. I was born at Navarro and my father served with them, but I wasn't really part of the Enclave. It seems presumptuous of me to think I could join the fight, even if this is... because I know when fighting breaks out at the dam, all hell is going to break loose in Freeside. I honestly didn't expect you to say that. When I talked to you about Daisy and the others, you seemed to put a lot of value in loyalty to the past. What... True enough, I suppose. Getting them back together must be worth more than me spraying plasma all over the dam. Back to Freeside it is. I need to make a stop before I settle in. I'll be back in a while.
Moreno's a stubborn son of a bitch, but he's also tougher than any of us. I'm glad you were able to talk him into staying. Since Whitman will be staying with the Vertibird, she's offered to give her old suit of... You'll need special training to use... The training might take several hours.
I appreciate you keeping Orion in the group. And since I won't be needing my... It'll take a few... Like I said, I needed to go do something. This is it. It belonged to my father. I thought I might wear it at Hoover Dam, but after you talked me out of it, I didn't see the point in hanging on to it any longer. I'm here because of you, so I figured you're the one most deserving of it. It should protect you from everything short of a plasma caster. And if you need anything, it's the least I could do. All I ask is that you put it to good use. This place has lived in the shadow of Caesar for long enough. I may not be the one to help stop him here, but you are. Fortis fortuna adiuvat. Good luck, and goodbye.
What's up? Let's go make trouble. You're making me carry the heavy stuff, aren't you? You're making me carry the heavy stuff, aren't you? Ooh, got something good for me? Is it a dress?
Smart move for the Kings to back down.
Smart move for the Kings to back down. They didn't know who they were messing with.
Has the Brotherhood been found? And you believed them? Do you have any... Ugh, Crocker will have a field day with this. He'll want to establish diplomatic relations with them, for Pete's sake. But we've got more important matters to attend to. The President is due to arrive soon, and we're sure the Legion won't waste such an opportunity. I want you to assist the security detail we've prepared for the President. His safety is critical to maintaining the men's fighting spirit. Go up to the Visitor Center and speak to Ranger Grant. He's in charge of security during the President's visit. Dismissed.
I've heard of you. I'm glad you're here to help us out. This is a delicate matter, and we need all the help we can get from people we can trust. We've got a lot to do to prepare for the President's visit, and not much time. Once we start, we'll be on a strict timetable. Are you ready? We trust you, so you're free to have your weapon. Security detail consists of rangers stationed. Snipers and sharpshooters have been assigned to key locations, and we also have a special... I've also locked down access to critical locations, such as the... I have a full itinerary. The Legion will definitely try something. I'd almost expect something direct from them, but given the circumstance... But since we don't have anything solid, we'll just have to keep... Someone like you, I'm just glad to have you on board. Do whatever... Good. The President... Glad you could join us. Most of my men are already on duty. The plan is to get through today without the so I'll be overseeing the security team personally. It's a good bet that the Legion is gonna try something today, so we have to be prepared. We'll do whatever it takes to get the... President Kimball is arriving shortly. If you want to do any last-minute security... Once you're ready, meet me outside. I'll meet you on the observation deck.
Smart move for the Kings to back down. So excited about the president visiting.
Hey-o! He's coming to give a big fancy speech to all us troops stationed here at the dam. I'm pretty excited. He seems like such a nice guy, and I get to meet him. He's giving me a medal. I don't know why, though. I'm just doing my job like all the other guys. I'm still excited, though. Mama always told me not to talk to strangers. But you seem like a nice person. Mama left me on a farm when she went out prospecting. But when she never came back, the owner didn't want me around. Kicked me out on my own. A nice guy came up and asked me if I wanted to join the NCR, so I did. Now the troopers are my family. I like it here. Everyone is so nice.
You better get out of here.
Watch out!
You better get out of here. Nothing is going to happen to the president on my watch.
You're cleared to go on through.
Not right now, I'm busy.
I don't have time to talk right now.
Have you finished your security sweep?
Hey, I heard about you. Nope, haven't noticed anything strange at all. Neither has my... Thanks, we haven't been paired. I don't think so. Not since the... Thanks, we haven't been paired together long. I brush it every day. I don't...
Morning.
Hey, you haven't seen my friend around here, have you? His name is Ben, and he's an engineer. We were supposed to meet up so we can watch the president's speech together, but he hasn't shown up yet. Okay. Still no luck finding my friend. He better show up soon.
Smart move for the Kings to back down. One of the Ranger vets looked at me, and I just about...
The NCR's fortunate to have your support.
Hey.
President Kimball is going to arrive pretty soon to give his... We need to keep an eye out for anything suspicious. I don't have time to talk right now.
Nothing is gonna happen to the president on my watch.
Have you finished your security? Looks like that's his vertibird coming right now. It's showtime. Let's not mess... Now, if you'll excuse...
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for coming out here today for this very special occasion. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the President of the new California Republic, Aaron Kimball.
Thank you, my fellow Californians, who have come so far to answer the call to service put forth by the Republic. It is for you that I have come here, and it is because of you that I am able to do so. We enjoy our
You'll be keeping an eye out.
because you take the greatest
Bomb
of
the
risks
president's vertibird.
and are prepared
We have to get the
make the
president
most
out here
noble
now.
sacrifices.
We can't rely...
It is because of men and women like Private First Class Jeremy Watson that Nevada and the new California Republic remain free and secure. Born in a tin shack on the outskirts of One Pine, Jeremy Watson never had it easy. His father worked as a caravan guard on the short loop, and it
We need to keep an eye out for anything suspicious. smart move for the Kings to back down. They didn't know who they were messing with.
We signed a treaty with the Great Khans.
Is the president safe? Good. His death could have had a major impact on morale. While you were out, General Oliver arrived and briefed all senior officers regarding a change in our strategy. I'm not at liberty to divulge what was said, but I've been instructed to send you... He set up his camp in the office area at the...
Guess you can never have too many low-life camp... dealers on your side.
I'm not sure I'll ever learn everything there is to know about this place.
Patrolling the Mojave? Almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter.
It's best not to keep the general waiting.
Well, you took your sweet-ass time coming here. Let's get down to brass tacks. We need to get this thing moving if we want to keep the element of surprise. You've done some great work for us up to this point, and we're hoping to use your unique abilities to aid us once again. Thanks to the task my subordinates have delegated to you, the NCR now has a unique opportunity. We now have a chance to take the fight to those bastards on their home turf. I'm in the beginning stages of planning out an assault on the fort. I've made calls to our allies, and they're on their way to our position. Once our forces are in place in garrison here, we'll begin our assault.
Sir, I don't know what happened. A bunch of Legionnaires just stormed into the power station.
Into the power station? How is that possible?
I don't know, sir. There was some talk of them entering through the clogged intake tunnels, but I don't have any confirmation. On my way up here, there was some chatter about their commander, the Legate, I think he's called, set up at some kind of base on the eastern bank.
Okay, listen here. Unless we can get some additional... You need to make your way to this camp they have on the eastern bank and take out the Legate. Like I said earlier, we have some supplemental... Thanks for your support.
Good gracious. The Legion is using the intake tunnels to storm their way into the dam. I think that you should be able to divert the flow of the water into the generator. The computer to activate it is just ahead, but you may need to go outside to... Good luck.
Let's give the Mojave something to remember.
Good gracious. The Legion is using the intake tunnels. I think that you should be able to divert the flow of the water. The computer to activate it is just ahead, but you may need to go outside. Good luck.
greetings, courier. We caught word the battle was about to begin. We arrived before the...
Alpha Squad reporting in. Thanks for the support back there. We've been assigned to ensure you make it to the Legate. How can we be of assistance? You're in charge of this operation. That sounds like a suicide mission. Unit, let's get going. Alpha Squad reporting in. Confirmed.
Keep your head down. You better get sniped, kid.
who are you to come before me? You bear the insignia of the bear, yet you do not wear it as a soldier of the West wears it. Kaiser's will is made truth through me. I am a hammer against all that defy his rule. If you seek to stand against me,
Another kill. Come on.
Come on! Over here!
And who are you to come before? I see you fight with words, like... So you seek quarter? Term? Our roads into NCR. Save your speed. Hoover Dam has never seen the mass strength of the East. Only legates such as Graham, who deserve the fire Caesar blessed him with. Now I am here, and make markers of your people as the Legion carves its way west. You speak in circles. What of the East? I am the East, and I will prove it this day. The victory here shall be swift. Our forces shall take the dam, secure it, then build a road west on the bodies of the NCR. The East will hold. Once across the Colorado, nothing to rival Hoover Dam remains. Your weakness? You seek to thwart me by claiming the Legion is too strong for you? That does not mean we would not succeed. The East was a hard-fought campaign. Even now, Caesar drew too much of the Legion's blood needed there for this. Hoover Dam is but a place. I will not have it be the gravestone of the Legion, whether quickly, or as you describe, slowly, by attrition. As for wisdom, there is wisdom in your words, man of the West. Know that I shall return east. I shall not remain there forever. On that day, the strength of the bear shall be tested. If the West is one day filled with ones such as you, perhaps it shall be a worthy fight indeed. My coming would have saved you, set your people free in ways they cannot see. War would have tested them, broken the weak with its violence, yet allowing the strong to arise. Violence gave you that strength, awakened you. I can see it upon your face, where 2 bullets left their mark. Perhaps it is unfortunate Vulpes was not here to hear your words. Something tells me you would prove more than his match. Until the day when our armies meet again, NCR. I shall wait for you on the battlefield.
You better get moving, kid. There's bad guys here.
That's a fine bit of work back there. Truth told, I'm surprised you made it out of there in one piece. You and the dam. I'm impressed to say the least, and that's no easy thing. You've secured NCR's future. The administration sends its thanks for what it's worth. Least we could do. And seeing those shits of Caesar kicking dirt as they ran did my heart good, let me tell you. Might see some recruitment number rise, build some morale out in the Mojave long enough for the NCR to find its feet again. All due to you. Again, you have my thanks. And all the West, too. Once they pass it over the radio. After signing the right release forms.
We clean up, take prisoners, watch the East for any more trouble from the Legion. Though I think they're still running, according to our scouts.
After that, we'll see what happens when the dust settles and how the Mojave looks now without Caesar coming for its throat. Something tells me we better enjoy this breather while we can. And if that means Vegas, then you and the troops have earned it. Can't keep the courier spirit down, eh? Fair enough. We'll clean up here. Kind of curious how this is going to pan out in the long run.
But I guess history will tell us in its own sweet time.
And so the courier who had cheated death in the cemetery outside Goodsprings cheated death once again, and the Mojave Wasteland was forever changed. The new California Republic celebrated its second victory at Hoover Dam, establishing definitive control over the entire Mojave Wasteland. Soon after, they negotiated terms to annex the Strip, Freeside, and many surrounding communities. The Mojave Wasteland, at long last, had entirely fallen under the NCR's banner. The courier, fair and even-handed in his dealings throughout the wasteland, was honored by the NCR for his support of the military at Hoover Dam. He was presented with the Golden Branch, the highest civilian decoration given by the Republic.
With the help of the Gunrunners, the Boomers developed a healthy trading relationship with the NCR. Eventually, the Boomers began wandering out into the wasteland while still preventing outsiders from entering Nellis.
The Brotherhood and the NCR in the Mojave Wasteland declared an official truce, despite continued hostilities between the two in the West. As per their agreement, the NCR handed over all suits of salvaged power armor, and in return, the Brotherhood helped patrol I-15 and Highway 95.
The peace with NCR served to ease Veronica's worries about the Brotherhood's immediate future. Still, a distance had arisen between her and her fellow members that would never be bridged. She began secluding herself in crumbling libraries of the old world, learning of promising technologies she knew the Brotherhood would never adopt.
Their leaders destroyed by the courier, the fiends scattered throughout the wasteland. Without the organization of Motor Runner, Cook, Violet, and Driver Nephi, they were easy prey.
After the NCR's victory at the dam, the followers of the Apocalypse were pushed out of Old Mormon Fort during its occupation by NCR forces. NCR further encouraged them to leave Outer Vegas entirely, and the followers had no choice but to comply.
Arcade had hoped that Freeside would be able to remain independent of NCR rule. But he was glad that Caesar's Legion had been stopped at Hoover Dam. He tended to the sick in Freeside for a while longer, then returned to NCR territory to become a teacher with the followers there.
Goodsprings saw more trade along I-15 after NCR gained control of the Mojave Wasteland. But with that came a heavy burden of the Republic's taxes. Some old-timers, unable to handle the cost, were forced to move on, grumbling all the while.
The slaughter of the Van Graffs and the Crimson Caravan caused no end of trouble for NCR back west. Already struggling, NCR's supply line suffered further as the two caravans withdrew support until the massacre in the east was resolved. Cass survived to see the NCR flag flying proud over Hoover Dam and thought for a moment, this is what a hero must feel like. She was about to tell the courier not to get too proud of himself. Then she figured, he knew that already. That night, Cass kicked in the door of his room to celebrate, only to find the man on the bed was an NCR soldier whose barracks had been destroyed. He was cute, though, so after having her way with him, she got the hell out, leaving an empty whiskey bottle as a note. As she walked along the dam in the night, she felt drunk, content, and happy to be alive, which to her was the whole point of it all.
After the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, the Great Khans returned for a time to Red Rock Canyon. The NCR's pressing need to expand proved greater than its promise of amnesty, and before long the government decided the Khans had to go. The surviving Great Khans were relocated to an isolated, barren reservation well north of NCR trade routes.
Thanks to the courier and Lily, a cure for the Nightkin's schizophrenia was found shortly after Dr. Henry's experiment concluded. Nightkin and other super mutants in the wasteland flocked to Jacobstown, and the town became known as a haven where a mutant could find peace.
Lily continued to take her medicine at half doses, and although she remembered her grandchildren, her mind remained muddled and confused. Eventually, she parted ways with the courier and traveled west, seeking the remnants of her past.
After the NCR victory at Hoover Dam, the temporary truce between them and the Kings blossomed into a full-scale relief effort for the people. While the NCR made repeated entreaties that Freeside join the Republic, the Kings steadfastly maintained their independence.
After Ray's brain was transplanted into Rex's cybernetic body, it took Rex some time to adjust to the old scrapyard dog's memories. Eventually, Rex's mind settled peacefully, melding his own memories with that of long travels with old Lady Gibson.
Armed with a wide array of improvised explosives and stolen weapons, the Vault 19 powder gang tormented the Mojave Wasteland for years. Citizens of the NCR were favorite targets, and they always suffered the worst fates.
Prim Slim proves to be an able-minded, if not able-bodied, sheriff for Prim. And due to his slow speed, some crooks get away without a scratch. But Prim continues to prosper under his watchful robotic eye.
After their bold arrival at Hoover Dam, the remnants disappeared as quickly as they came. Legends of their power spread throughout the Southwest, a reminder of why people once feared the sight of vertibirds in the sky.
And so the Courier's Road came to an end, for now. In the new world of the Mojave Wasteland, fighting continued, blood was spilled, and many lived and died just as they had in the old world. Because war never changes.